You doing, JJ? Give me a second here. All understood. No problem. Let me just plug this in. Totally understandable. Nothing like a good lasagna to do you in. Here we go, the final day of the painting here, hopefully. There we go. See, Matt's over there doing a live play. He's doing a live battle report. Thought I'd give him a shout out. Playing Halo. I'm watching his stream as I stream. Give him at least a little bit of a viewership. At least. Not many people know about his channel. His new format. So, yeah. Get out some miniatures here to paint because this has to be done. This is the rock and roller session. Spackling or flocking is all done. It's all come down to just painting now. Or highlighting the final touches. Final touches. We're in the final touch stage. Can you believe it? Wow. How glorious is that? The final touche. Yeah, poor Chris. Poor Chris. Yeah, that was a good time, I'm telling you. Right, Coop? Yes, what are you gonna do? Start barking at me? I just got you a big old raw bone. First thing he did is he pissed on it. Well, he didn't piss on it. Pardon the French. Just near it, right on my floor here. He must be marking his territory. That's where the bone is. He doesn't seem to be in the mood to hit that bone. It's a big old soup bone. Perhaps you better start chewing on it. Keep you busy. Dragonbane. Dragonbane. I was too tired to read last night. Oh. So I didn't do any reading last night. I'm going to try to tonight. Got to get my mind back in the flow for Dragonbane. $156. Dragonbane's a fun game. You're going to have some fun. See who will get involved with this. I think it's... I don't know who's going to play, but I know it's going to be you and Denton Helmet. I'm not going to bother with Kyle. He really doesn't... He only plays Pathfinder 2, I guess. Well, when we get to that point, I'll see who joins. We got Jesse as well, but he's busy. He's not even here. He's going to be busy for a while here on the house. But yeah, I haven't really put a general call out to people yet. Just you guys, you two, and that's about it. Not that we need a lot of people. 4 people would be good. I'll be right back. You get over there and eat that thing. I am displeased. What I could do is cut the bone. It's like 8 inches. He don't like big things like that. Maybe that's what it is. I thought he'd hook right into that thing. What I'll do is I'll saw it. Saw it in half or something, right? I'd be more likely to sit around and chew on it. I mean, I'm sure he eventually will, but man... Yeah, the artwork. It's a Swedish artist. I can't think of his first name. Something Egrens. But he's one of my favorite artists, actually. He's got a little Wayne Reynolds in there as well, which is another favorite artist of mine. But Yeah, he does all kinds of art books and illustrations. He's done some art for Osprey Games. He's done his own publications of Norse mythology, various fantasy and horror stuff. He works a lot with Free League Publishing. You can see more of his art in the Vaesen game, as well as Dragonbane. I think he did all the art for Vaesen. You can find him on Facebook. His name is... Well, let me grab his name. Those so interested, because I'm a fan of the guy. Johan Egerkrans. You could look him up. I'll put it in the chat, actually, so you can do a little search if you want. Because like I said, I am a fan. Johan Egerkrans. There you go, without proper capitalization. He's the artist. Let's search for him. See where he's at. To me, artwork is very, very, probably the most important part of a role-playing game. Really, that's true. For me, it's the artwork. As long as the game is decent, I'll play it. If it's got that immersive artwork. If the artwork sucks or is sparse, I'm not a big fan. Stop it, Walter. Don't start this nonsense. Go on. Get. Where are you? Slap his ass. Got my goggles plugged in. Let them charge a little bit. And we'll get into the goodies. Of the session, which is going to be painting. Going to be dry brushing all these bases. Hopefully it won't take too long and I could get it all done in one session. That's what I'm shooting for. I think that's doable. You'd think I'd know by now, but I don't. I just don't remember. I don't remember how challenging this is. I think I'll use this brush. I don't want the brush to be too soft. So other than that, how you been, JJ? Anybody else in the stream here? Let me go take a look. Are we all alone? I see Matt's over there. Give him a like. Yeah, he's doing a Halo Flashpoint live play with his buddy. The game is not interesting to me. I'm not a big fan. But he's putting it out there. I guess the game plays like the video game. Which is kind of like, really? Would that make a good tabletop game? I guess, but I don't know. It's just... I don't know. It's a Mantic game. Let me see here. What was I going to do? Oh, I'll check the stream. Okay, yeah, we got some folks in there. How you doing, folks? Feel free to say hi and let me know what you're working on today. Just getting started here. See who joins us for some interesting conversation. As I put the finishing touches on these Flames of War models from the Hit the Beach starter set. Got all the basing done. Now I'm gonna highlight the grass and stuff and bring it out a little bit. And then we'll seal them. And then we're done. They're ready for action. You know, I was thinking maybe I should color code the base edges into platoons. I could do that if I want to do that. I could do that after. I don't have to do it now because it might be a good idea. If I've got two platoons from the same side close by, I don't want to mix them up and say, oh, this guy belongs to this platoon, not this one. I got to figure out some way to code the different platoons. It's only the one platoon. I got two platoons of Germans, one platoon of Americans, so don't have to worry about the Americans right now, but the Germans, I got two Panzergrenadier platoons, so maybe I'll take one platoon and give it a darker base edge. Something that's obviously different, just to distinguish them. You chew up your bone. Jeez, he's going to lay down. I'm going to have to ask Gemini or Grok what that means. Why would he... Well, never mind. I'm not going to bring it up. So I want to thin this very, very little. Just enough to keep it alive. I don't want to weaken it too much because this is a dry brush. I want it to be kind of strong. Once again, folks, we are here in the front game room. Paints and washes with the exception of all metallic. So I did some due diligence, painted up a couple minis using those paints that you got. Yeah, how did it go? Yeah, how did that go? I'd like to know. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah. Name that song. Name that tune. Got a big bass here to do. opposed to picking the Discord, to be honest. I am pleasantly surprised with them. They stood up to to other paints I've used at much higher prices, both the acrylics and the washes alike. If I had to do it over again, I definitely would. I'll have to take a look. That's good to know. If you have a link to the guy's Etsy, the webpage where he got them, please post that. Because I don't know where otherwise I'm going to find them. Just put it in the Discord so everybody can have a look. I'm going to have to turn on Jeeves today because I'm really going at the painting. I don't want to miss the chat. So give me a moment. We'll bring in Jeeves. Let me make sure I didn't do him. Let me keep these bases over here. I'll bring up the picture later. If it's relevant, you post away. Don't worry about that nonsense. Let me see. I see the figures. And that's the link. Alright, I'll show that off in a bit. Got some other stuff to show off too. Alright. Danke. Next. Alright, so RPGs. Let's get back on that topic. What do I have to say today? Okay, so I'm in the process of setting up our Dragonbane games. I'm going to be running here in the community. Folks on my Discord. And so I'm going to be doing that. I'm in the process of refamiliarizing myself with the rules system. And I've got the server all set up on Discord. The game is set up. Folks can read the rules there digitally if they don't have a copy of the rules. And I'm still questing for players. So if anyone has a little mild interest in playing, please let me know. Join my Discord community so you can get involved. Newbie friendly. In fact, it's all about newbies. And very friendly bunch. So I've got that underway. I've yet to work out a time to play. Although one of my favorite days to play is weekends. Sundays at 6, but I might reserve that for Pathfinder, but that's going to be a separate campaign, and it's going to be once or twice a month, so my Sundays are always open for gaming. That's my personal preferred day. But that said, I can swing any day if players can't swing that and I want you to play. I'm gonna make adjustments as needed. Try and get it so everybody can play. That's what's important, so don't worry about me. Yeah, so that's what's going on with that. And this will be a regular campaign that we play. And next, Pathfinder 2. Starting next year, or late this year, I'm going to be starting my second Pathfinder 2 campaign. And I'm in the very early stages of it. Been hanging out with Kyle, setting it up. And Rachel, my old group, my Sunday group. I have much to discuss with them. We're going to set that up, and we're going to be playing that. And other folks are welcome to play as well. In fact, I know Dennett Helmet is interested. He's going to be having a go with it because he's a fan of Pathfinder 2. Again, it's not my favorite game, but it's what we play. And that'll be starting probably next year or late this year. Still figuring out the format and how I'm going to do it, because I'm going to run this a little differently than I did last time. But it's definitely going to be a campaign. And we'll see what that means later on. I don't know if I'm going to record or broadcast that. I don't know yet. Still have to determine if I am. And yeah, so if anyone's interested in playing some of that, you're more than welcome. So yeah, very early stages. Next, I don't have anything else scheduled at the moment, although I know there is some things that are going to go down. Broken Empires, of course, next year, and plenty of one-shots of various games that I really want to explore and try out. And some of you folks might know what those games are because I've talked about them numerous times. I won't do it again. Yeah, so that's probably going to happen early next year as well. So things are happening, things are moving and shaking. And I'm looking forward to it. Let me do this one base. And I'll read the chat, then I'll bring Jeeves in. Because this is definitely focused painting here. I'll never get anything done. So Jeeves it is. Right, JJ? Jeeves. This being the final day of this project. Well, of painting the infantry anyway. I still got some more things to do. So the project is still ongoing. Excuse me. Beautiful. Back to my houses. Currently have my own pick and everything. I'll go, wait a minute, my own pick, but I'm going to represent him. A sketch for my character. Post a link. Okay, let me get Jeeves in here. Let's unplug this. Actually, I don't have to have Jeeves on there. You guys don't have to hear Jeeves.
Son Fritz, tell me about this game.
Son of a Fritz, tell me about the gaming board you are planning. I'm intrigued. The gaming board? What do you mean, this gaming board? You mean my tabletop layout? Or are you talking about something else? Gaming board. Tell me about the gaming board. This gaming board you are planning. Well, it's just my tabletop here. Oh, the terrain, the buildings. Well, I have tons of terrain, so my tabletop is going to look spectacular. You know, trees, hills, all that stuff. But I am going to be working on a village, and I'm going to be using foam board or mounting board. It's basically a wafer where you got in between two sheets of the very thin card you have foam. Artists use it to mount pictures and things, and wargamers use it to build walls and buildings and terrain. It's called anything from foam core to mounting board, etc., etc. And I'm going to be building a village, a half dozen or more buildings of French countryside buildings. And I want removable roofs so I can drop my little soldiers inside. Yeah, you can get them anywhere. I got them from Amazon. My sister had some. She was an artist, and I'm gonna make use of them. I used some already on the base for this thing. That's foam board. Looks pretty good. I mean, I could use corrugated cardboard too, but that's what I used last time. And I got the little templates that I cut. That I'm going to use to cut out in the foam board. Yeah, it's going to be great, man. I love making terrain. And I'm going to stream that too. I'll cut it out and glue it together and put it on a base. All that good stuff. And I'm going to try and make them a little bit more scenic. I just don't want to make a building and put it on a base and call it a day. Yeah, I want to give them a little front yard, little backyard. You know? I'm trying to do things a little differently this time around. And that's one example. Yes, I'm looking forward to that. And anything else I could come up with to make besides 3D print and stuff, I wanna actually spend some time making stuff. Crafting is a big deal for me. I like that side of the hobby as much as painting and playing. Right? I can't be the only one. All right. These bases are coming along really nice. Really nice, JJ. Taka. Yeah. And it's moving right along too. So this is a really great starter set, I gotta admit. I love starter sets. My next one is going to be Kill Team, I think. I'm going to have Jake paint one faction and I'll paint the other. The terrain is already painted. It's MDF actually. So it's not a big starter set project. Yeah, actually it's not. So I guess I'm going to have to find another starter set pretty quick too, because that's going to go quick. I don't know what that'll be. I've been thinking some different things. I got a list of starter sets that I'm interested in. Port Royal is one. Another one is what the heck is it called? I was just talking about it. Dead Man's Hand. I like the Old West. I don't know. got to be in the mood to do the starter too, so that's important. Yeah, so you recommend that, huh? Maybe I will. I'll take another look at it. I have to get my vibe going for the game, because I can't do a starter set unless I'm interested in playing the game and getting into it. So I got to do that. Highly recommended. I especially like the idea that you can do a horror stuff with it too, because I love that stuff. Yeah. They're nice models too. Did you get the starter set? I assume you got the starter set yourself. Could be wrong, maybe you just played the game. Don't need no freaking starter set. Starter sets are usually a good value for the money, even if you already play the game. They usually are. They're worth having. Because they're designed to get new people into it, and part of that process is being inexpensive. So they're typically deals. Oh yeah, we're whipping through these. After this, I got to use a highlight of yellow, which goes quicker, because it's literally just touching things here and there. Yeah? Yeah, I remember looking at it. Well, yeah, I looked at it already. I put it on my list. Because I love Old West stuff. And I've got a ton of Old Glory, Old West guys that I had for years and I never painted. I even got some old Rail Wars stuff for Deadlands. Because I'm always interested in that. So that would give me an excuse to actually go hog wild. Boot Hill. I played that. Old Boot Hill. Back in the day. I still have... Did you finish your stream, Matt? That was quick. I don't know, maybe you've been on there. I saw you over there. A live play. Guess we call that a live play because it's live. Matt knows all about Dead Man's Hand. He was heavy into that as well. back. Do. I just bought Cooper one of those meaty gravy bones, soup bones, oven roasted, and it's kind of big for him. He don't like to eat big things, so I gotta cut it in half or something. It's too big for him, or he won't touch it. He pissed on it, or near it. He almost pissed on it. I figured, he must be marking his territory. He owns that. I'd never seen him piss in the house. So that kind of surprised me that he did that. Definitely had something to do with the bone. He's either claiming it as his territory, don't touch, I'll feed into that when I'm hungry for it, or he hates it. I don't know. So I'm going to cut the bone in half. It's like 8 inches long, so about 4 inches. I think that's what he would prefer. He just doesn't like big things. God. He likes to nibble on things. I guess. Let me ask Gemini what that would be, because I don't know. If Gemini works today. I only use Gemini because it has voice. Free. Let me think. How are you today, Gemini?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How about you? What's on your agenda for today?
Well, not so much an agenda, but I do have a question for you regarding a meaty dog bone. All right, I just bought Cooper 8-inch meaty dog bone. It's like a soup bone, just smothered in all kinds of good stuff with meat, oven roasted. Imagine that. And I gave it to him, and he won't eat it. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe it's too big for him. And then all of a sudden, he pissed near it. What would that be? Why would he urinate right next to it and then walk away?
That's definitely odd behavior. It could be a sign that he's marking his territory, even though it's inside. Or it might be related to how he's feeling. Sometimes dogs will act differently if they're not well. Has he been acting himself lately?
Yeah, he's actually acting pretty good. He's feeling better.
That's good. He's feeling better. Maybe he's just being a bit territorial about his new treat.
I think so.
Do you want me to look up some tips for...
Yeah, you got any tips what I should do to get him to eat it? I was thinking it was too big, so maybe I'll cut it in half. He doesn't like big things, you know.
Yeah, cutting it up is a great idea. Exactly. Sometimes, a little change in presentation can make all the difference. Let me know if that works.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I hope that helps. Let me know how it goes.
All right, so absolutely nothing new. But we'll go with that. Pardon-moi. I just finished my cafe. Sunday. It's Sunday. I never stream on Sunday. What's going on here? Well, it's good to see Matt doing some bat reps once again. Live plays, I should say. He's done plenty of bat reps. I'll be following suit once again as well. So it looks like everybody's getting some good video content out there. Bat reps. Very good. Very good. Gotta get me some more starter sets so I can do some more bat reps. You guys are gonna see some Flames of War once again from me. Oh boy. Some Kill Team. Sehr gut. Next, let's get some extra paint here. Yeah, we're about halfway through these. Not bad at all. So what else to discuss? I talked about my planned RPGs for you guys. My planned bat reps. I haven't given much sounds like you're a fan of Frostgrave. Frostgrave never interested me. Is it October right now? No, it's September, right? It's September. Yeah, it's September. Frostgrave. Yeah, I had Frostgrave. I just never, it never clicked with me. There's something I'm not really interested in regarding playing wizards in a frozen city. Just doesn't interest me. The game mechanics, although they feel very RPG-ish, it just never clicked with me either. I'm not a fan of using polyhedrals in a miniatures game. Especially the D20. I mean, that's like role-playing territory, man. But that's just me. That's just goofy. That takes some getting used to for me. So I never really got into it. But I like his designs. I like Stargrave for some reason, and that's similar. I think I actually like Stargrave better. I don't know, the thing about playing wizards in a frozen city doesn't interest me. And yeah, I know there's alternate settings and stuff, but whatever. Yeah. But I like all his other designs. Rangers of Shadow Deep. Oathmark. He's got a new halfling jousting game. Yeah, that's a lot more diverse. I think that's a good game. I'm probably going to play that eventually. I got a lot of games, actually. I was thinking for Halloween with Jake, I was gonna start playing some. Oh, what is the name of that freaking game? It's a co-op game. I hope so. What is the name of it? Devilry Afoot. I picked that up on Amazon. I was thinking of playing that for Halloween. It's kind of a Witchfinder General type of game where you're hunting the baddies. It's a solo co-op game. Be perfect for Jake and Halloween. I was thinking about doing that. I'm painting up miniatures for it. I've got my Mordheim Witch Hunters that I saved. I've got all those models. I got a bunch of other models. I already started painting figures for it. Giant werewolf I got done. I don't know. The scenarios dictate what kind of models you need. But yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I think that would be fun. Oh boy, we're closing in, baby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more bases. You mentioned Badger, but Snarly Badger, never heard of him. But that said, you reminded me of another game which I definitely need to get. It just got re-released in a new edition. And what is it? Burrows and Badgers? Is that the name of it? I absolutely love that. I've never played it, but I've been a huge fan of that genre of intelligent monsters, whimsical gameplay. Intelligent animals. I think that is so freaking cool. The mechanics are awesome. And the game is actually a hit. A lot of people like it. And it's an Osprey game. I totally forgot about that. I am in. Oh, now's your chance, but you can do your own minis. Yeah. I think Jake might get into that. I don't know, that's a thing. There's people that like that kind of stuff. I'm not a furry myself, but I've always been interested in that sort of thing. There used to be an RPG back in the day by Fantasy Games Unlimited, back in the 80s and 90s, called Bunnies and Burrows. And it was epically good. Yeah, not that it's for kids or anything. It's I don't know. It's just, I think kids would get into that. No, not me. I know at least a couple, but I ain't one. Nope. I never got into that kind of thing. I mean the role-playing side of it, like mutants, that's what I'm thinking. Mutant type games. That's another similar genre. I never got into that sort of thing. Playing the intelligent animals thing is kind of cute and interesting, but I know there's mutant-focused games that let you play ducks and crazy combos of creatures. That's just weird. I never got into that. That sort of thing. I don't know why I brought that up. Like as if it's somehow connected to burrows and badgers. I don't know. A couple. Yeah. Yeah, it would be different. It is different. I don't know. I don't know, man. To each his own. Getting wild at the Ren Fair. I bet it was. Come on, wench. Bring us the mead. Ta-da-da. Yeah, so I haven't really been looking at my other skirmish game projects. Starting to remember all these different things I was working on that I'm still working on that I could do next. I mean, obviously Kill Team, because I want to get that going. That's going to be an easy one. But yeah, there's a bunch of other projects I have that I almost forgot about, including Devilry Afoot, which is part of my fantasy project overall. I've been working on that. There's some things I could do there. Dead Man's Hand is sounding pretty good. You might get me into that. The other one is the pirate one. Port Royal, which would be just dastardly good fun on the Port Royal. I'd love that. Yeah, it's called Port Royal by Firelock Games. A company that used to be based in Florida, then moved to Arizona. They are the publishers of all kinds of good stuff, including their flagship game, Blood and Plunder. Chicago Way I have, yes. With the little deck of cards and the little MDF markers, and the rule book. Yeah, that's it. It's up on my shelf somewhere. Never played it. It'd be fun. I guess it's pretty much Dead Man's Hand, it's just a different setting. That's another future project. Dead Man's Hand sounds good though. already have models for that. But yeah, the Firelock games, they make Blood and Plunder, Oak and Iron, bunch of skirmish rules for historical periods. They make some good stuff. I'm a fan. Jeeves called it Sarasa. Sarasa. Do you have some Sarasa buildings, my friend? Sarasa. Sarasa. Eight more bases. That's it. 8 more bases. How many bases in all is this? Let's count them. 8. 29. Let me count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. There's 29. 3 times the charm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's my OCD kicking in. Gotta do it 3 times. It is. That was OCD. I did that. I did that for my OCD. I feel terrible now. Well, at least I'll survive the night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boo-doo, beep, beep, boo-doo-doo. Let me turn Jeeves off. Let me turn Jeeves off here. He's talking over me. Let me read it again. For Dragonbane, there was no weakness of hygiene. So I took the one where I sleep outside. I figured that was close enough. And he reacts against orcs and goblins. And he's racist against orcs and goblins. He's got some animosity there, huh? Oh, nice, nice. Weakness. Oh yeah, there's weaknesses you can get. But that's because he was second scorned by an orc ex-lover. What is he? What race is he? What race is your character? There's also new races available. It's in the Foundry, because I bought the supplement. The Bestiary supplement offers a few additional races. Like felines. I think goblin as well. An orc. Which is okay, but who wants to play them? They're the bad guys. Come on. A human. Okay, that's good. He keeps his old relationship a secret for obvious reasons. Makes sense. I like it. I've been reading it a little bit here and there. I didn't read last night, but I read some the night before. But I'm sitting here thinking, and it's all coming back to me, which makes it easier. It's all coming back to me. So, Free League they just finished a Kickstarter for 2 new supplements to the game. Huzzah! Supplements! Because they really don't have much. It's one of those games they're taking their time with, doing properly, and making sure there's a nice fan base. Because right now there's the starter set, there's the core rule book, there's the bestiary, there's this well-known campaign in Sweden that they've also released, which is available as well. I can't remember the name of it. It's a campaign. And I think that's it. I might have missed one thing, but I think I covered it. And they just did a Kickstarter for 2 new things. One is a magic supplement, which the game really needs. That's going to be awesome. It adds new schools of magic. And the other one is a campaign setting, which the game also is going to benefit immensely with. So I'm looking forward to those additions to the game. Now in Foundry, I bought all these things. Well, I bought the starter set, the core rules, the bestiary. They're all in there. You guys have access to all that stuff in the Foundry. I mean, literally the rules. At least what I make publicly available to you. And the bestiary is a good one because it adds new playable races and lots of new monsters. And I have all this in hard copies too, which is the way I like it. I got multiple copies of the decks of cards, the rule books, the adventure books. I don't have the bestiary in hard copy though. I just bought that for Foundry. So we're all set. We're all set. And all the decks of cards and stuff are duplicated in Foundry. So it's nice. So I could play here with Jake face to face and Jesse and bring them into the Foundry campaign too. So that's going to be nice. The new races are in Foundry, but I don't know how you access them. I don't know. I think they're separate. I think they're separate from, like when you go in there and you look up under actors, you'll see a folder for races or something. I don't think they're in that folder. They might be in the bestiary folder under a subfolder called new races or something. And if you don't have access to the bestiary folder, which you shouldn't, you probably don't have access to the new races. So what I'll have to do is bring them over. I'll have to take a look. If I remember correctly. For some reason it didn't put them in there. I'll have to look. But yeah, it adds like a whole bunch, like maybe 9 new races or something. I remember the feline. Cat played the feline. Because it's Cat. I know there's a goblin. I think the orc is in there too. And a bunch of others. Well, I'm not going to do it now. You're tempting me to get distracted. I'll be sitting here for 2 hours looking. Put that on the to-do list for today. And I'll take a look at it. I can't wait to play. It's going to be good fun. It's my main focus right now. Since everything else is in the future. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. The mallard. The dented helmet is being one. Yeah, don't look at anything that's public, but shouldn't be looked at by the players. You shouldn't be able to look at it. I mean, the default should be set where it's GM only, but I don't know. I don't trust it completely. Little oopsies. And it's kind of cool. In this game, the way monsters work, there's two types. There's, I forget what it calls them, NPCs. And basically they work just the way you would imagine. They're NPCs, they have their stats, and when combat breaks out, they work in initiative, and the GM decides what they do. They move, they attack, all that stuff. The GM determines what they do as normal, just like any other game. But non-NPCs, monsters, in other words, like giant spiders and ghosts and dragons and ogres and, actual monsters, they work completely different. And if you're familiar with another game that Free League publishes, Forbidden Lands, they work just the same way. And how that works is that when it's the monster's turn to take action in the initiative, instead of the GM deciding what the monster does, it's randomly determined. Every monster has their own little table of actions in the bestiary. And I roll on that. And again, it's done in Foundry. And whatever result comes up, it tells you what they do. So based on that, I move the creature, launch the attack and then move, whatever. I do that attack, and it's really simple and fast to resolve what goes on. So that's cool. But the big cool part for me is that it adds an element of unpredictability and surprise for me, the GM. I like that a lot. So it keeps monsters deadly and unpredictable. Every monster has their own little table of like 6 different results that they could do in a combat. Like a fear attack or a dragon breath or a move and pummel, a whirlwind attack where they hit everybody around, that kind of thing. So once I get the attack or what they do, I move them as appropriate based on their movement rate, and then I launch the attack. And I could move again or whatever, however I want to do it. That I do get to determine. The movement stuff I could determine. But the actual attack, nobody knows what it's going to be. So it's really cool. That's how monsters work in the game. It's very fun. Darkwing Duck. Don't they always hit also? I think they do. Yeah, I think all their attacks are assumed automatically. Something like that, yeah. I watched the combat tutorial on the website. Yeah, did you watch the lady? I forget her name. She did a good series on Free League's YouTube channel that actually goes into how it works. She did a good job with that. And players just get 2 actions along with the free action if needed. Yeah, exactly. Is it 2 actions? Or a move and an action? I think it's a move and an action. You could be right, though. And you could use your action, if you haven't gone yet in the turn, you can use your action to parry or dodge an incoming attack, which is always worthwhile doing. You give up your attack, but at least you have a chance of surviving. She's funny and adorable. A move and an action. Yeah, move and an action. And crazy things can happen where your weapon that you parry with can break. Your spear could break in half, go flying in the air. It's good stuff. I enjoyed it. A really good game. Have you watched my live session I ran? I ran a live session. It's on my channel. You can watch it. It's like a few hours. It's just one episode. And It's an adventure that I'm probably not going to play again. I had Kyle in there, who's going to be playing in Pathfinder. I had Fred, my friend from Sweden, and Ted, another Pathfinder player. Yeah, those are my 3 players. It was pretty good. And it was a terrible, brutal end, but it was good fun. Yeah, check it out on my channel. Look under live plays. Just go to my channel on the front end and scroll down. You'll see it down there. I forget what it's called. Yeah, it'd be something to watch tonight for you. Do-do-do. RPG one-shots. It's 2 hours and 47 minutes. Let me copy it. Is it in 2 parts? Oh, there is 2 parts. I'm sorry. There's 2 parts to it. Part 1 and Part 2. It's at the bottom of my front page. It's called Dragonbane, Castle of the Robber Knight. Part 1 and Part 2. So it's a total of 4, almost 5 hours of a really fun game session. We played it in one night. And there's another one. Raid on Shank's Cave. That was Kyle and Jesse playing with me. That's only an hour and a half long. Did you find it? Or I could give you the link. Part 1 is right here. Part 2 is linked in the video. Let me grab it while I'm sitting here. Copy. Because it's worth watching if you're going to play with me. That'll give you an idea how the game works and how I run games, really. Yeah, that's it right there. That's part 1. It was our first ever game session. It's okay. It's pretty good. It went good. First ever game session of Dragonbane. So everybody was new to it. I made some cool new maps with Incarnate for it. I love Incarnate. Let me get Jeeves back on. Yeah, give it a watch. Give you an idea what to expect. Take your time, JJ. I'll be here. I gotta finish all this. And then I gotta go back over them with some yellow. That'll go pretty quick. And then we just let them dry. Yeah, we're almost there, folks. Almost there. And I still got some minor things to do. I don't have to do... I want to make that village of buildings and stuff, but that's not really part of this project. It's just something I'm going to do. But I do have to put on some decals for the German tanks. I don't have any decals for the Americans yet. I have to buy them. But that's essentially it. The tanks need decals and weathering. And then a ceiling. And then they're finished. And I have 9 Shermans and 3 Panzer IVs. And that's it. Time to get some more models. And that'll be a separate project. Gonna have to 3D print some stuff, I think. I usually don't 3D print. Well, I'm not planning to 3D print anything in the winter. It just gets too cold. So if I do any 3D printing, I want to get that going before winter hits. So most likely that'll include some models for Flames of War. Maybe some more infantry, particularly for the Americans. And definitely some vehicles, tanks, Panzer. Need some Stugs. I'd like to have some Stugs. Something to paint over the winter. Oh, I dreaded that. Dread it. If I could get the heat situation fixed in here, might be able to actually play some freaking games. Miniatures games in the wintertime. Because where I'm sitting right now, it gets pretty cold. I don't have my heat set up in here at all. All I got is a propane heater. Or no, not a propane heater, a kerosene heater. Which I've never used in here, so I don't know how effective that'll be. I have to bring in my wood burner, coal burner. Which means I gotta hook it up to a chimney. I've got 2 options for that. 3 options. There's a chimney in the back and there's a chimney through the bathroom. So I've got a couple options where I put the stove. And a third option is just to make a new chimney. Got a hole in the roof for the wall. Insulate it from the heat. Put a pipe running straight out. And do it that way. So that would be a third option. So yeah, I've got to ponder that. Alright, let me make some room here. That's looking fantastic. But what a difference the green makes. 5 more bases, and we'll pause, and then we'll hit them with the yellow. Get that all done. Some other projects I gotta get to. Maybe I'll do it in the winter. One is my solo RPG project, which I want to vlog. And my board games, which I haven't played in years, I want to break back into. I got a nice setup in here. Nice little table and everything dedicated to board gaming. But if it's cold in here, I can't play in here. So that might be an issue. But I could play smaller footprint games in my proper office / bedroom. I could do that. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Games like Squad Leader and Conflict of Heroes and some other smaller footprint games. They would be good in there. I've said I'd do that many times, but I never have. So I don't know. Gotta get the heat in here. And I got full options. Right? Okay. 4 more bases. Ooh, lots of grass in this one. Coffee in hand, ready to rumble. Put anything in your coffee, JJ? Are you like me? Just put that creamer in there. All kinds of flavorings. That's why I love coffee so much. I drink decaf, by the way. I usually go with French vanilla or hazelnut. It's pretty standard, but it's good. It's so good. Yeah, I had to switch to decaf. I'm glad I did. But I'm part of the coffee culture, so I couldn't walk away from it. I had to have something. And since it's all about flavor and taste for me, and I like black coffee too, occasionally, but I just love those flavorings you could put in there. So, yeah, I'm okay with decaf. I'm okay with decaf. There you go. I do the powder. I've been doing a lot of powdered creamer lately. I usually get the liquid or both. Usually don't put sugar in it. Don't need it. Yep, there you go. My sister had diabetes, so did my father. How do you like that? My sister got it late in life. She got it, well, not really late in life. She got it, how old was she? 40s? I don't know, actually. But she got it, again, it runs in the family, but she got it right after a very traumatic event, the house caught fire on Christmas Eve. No fatalities. Nothing destroyed. We rebuilt, and all was good. But that was a shocker. And it was like right after that, like almost immediately after that, she ended up getting diabetes. So it was like brought on by the trauma. At least that was my guess. Pretty crazy. And then she had it really bad. Yeah, she had a pump. Something happened with the pump, which was great because it automatically puts the insulin in your system. Something happened and she ended up taking shots again after that, which wasn't good for her. Yeah, she had it pretty bad. Pretty bad. My father had it, not as bad, but he had it to some extent. His father had it pretty bad. Yeah, it's a bitch. It's like a major shift in your life that you have to do. Can't play around with that. That's why it kind of pays off, to take care of yourself and be reasonable with your diet and what you consume right from the get-go. You should be doing that anyway. You end up getting diabetes, it's not going to be such a big change because it's pretty easy to get diabetes. It's a big deal. As you know, one more base, folks, one more base, and then we're going to let them dry and hit the yellow. Yeah, it runs in the family. What's the chat like today? Today's a slow day. It's just me and you, JJ. What's going on? Go back and check and see. Yeah, it is. It's just me and you. There's nobody in today. Really slow. A Sunday. I seldom stream on a Sunday, so I have no clue what it's like. Yeah. That's okay. Snooze, you lose. What time is it? 5:14. Dum 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 dum. Here I be, getting things done, rocking and rolling. Ain't no slacker. No slackers. There be no slacking. What is that? What is that? I saved the big bass for last. And it's a big one. Yeah, many years ago I bought some static grass and it was straw colored. I said, what the heck is it straw colored for? What am I going to do now? I'm going to have to paint over that. So I dry brushed it green. And ever since I did that, way back in the 90s, probably it was, I realized that, wait a minute, this looks fantastic. It gave it that three-dimensional look to the grass, and it really was vibrant and stood out more than just pouring on the flock and walking away. And ever since then, I've always done this. I'm still using the very same flock that I had back in the 90s. It was a huge tub. And I'm still doing this. And now I'm always talking about, you got to do this. is just great. It's just fantastic. When I take pictures, it is extremely vibrant looking, and you can see the depth. And it's like that, you know, looking at them too, but especially on pictures. So yeah, I'm a big proponent of highlighting your grass blades. It's a bit much, you don't have to do this. But I like it, so I do it. Flowers. I mean, yeah, if you want to send some along, I could easily put them in the collection here and use them. If you got extras, and it's no big deal. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Let me see what you wrote. So, let me look at what you read. Hold on. Quiet, Jeeves. Do you have all the supplies you need for your future house builds? I have a ridiculous amount of flowers if you needed any. I could always mail them if you have a P.O. box. I mean, a crazy amount. Well, I don't have a P.O. box, but you can have my address. People are always sending me stuff. It's no big deal. I mean, a crazy amount I have for the yards. I would. Yeah, you mean like little terrain things? I know it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you make a little package there and send them along. That'd be great, man. I'd appreciate that, and I'd use them too. I'd give you a shout out. There's the terrain provided by JJ. Little flower gardens, whatever you have excess of. Sure, I can use them. I could definitely use them. Because I usually don't use things like that. Because I don't have them. Did I finish this? Hold on, let me look again. I'm not sure. Hold on. Hold on. I didn't finish it. Got some spots here, JJ. Yeah, I'd appreciate that for sure. Yeah, JJ contributing to the efforts here. I get folks sending me all kinds of things, brushes, paints. James is pretty good at that. He sent me quite a few things. He sent me a lot of things that I never would have thought of buying for my terrain and painting. And I'm glad he sent them because I've discovered some things that, wow, this is really good. I'm trying to think of what that is. There's something he sent me. It's like one of those terrain weathering powder. Weathering powders. They come in like a little thing like a woman would use for makeup. And you apply them the same kind of way. And they're brilliant. And he sent me a couple of those. And yeah, I never would have tried those. Because I'm kind of, I wouldn't say lazy. I'm kind of like, I'm too frugal. Why spend money on this stuff? I'll just find a way around it or not use it. So I usually don't buy things like that. But yeah. There. Let them dry. And then we're going to hit the yellows. Fantastic. Yes. Wood, yeah, like from Michael's and train shops. Yeah, I know what you mean. I also have way too many trees. Oh, good. I have quite a few things I could send. You don't have to go crazy. Take your time. You get overwhelmed by postage. Yeah, I'll give you the address. I'll give you my address on Discord. And you can send at your leisure. Which reminds me, I've got some things to send to some folks. Yes, I do. I've got some things to send to folks. I got some stuff to send. Ours, my friend in Poland, he actually gave me the money for the shipping, and I haven't sent him those miniatures. God, I keep putting that off. It's just going to be a little package. So I got to send that to him. He's all the way in Poland. I found some miniatures that are really hard to find that I have, and I'm going to send him his way. Some Warhammer figures. I make my own. I use mortar and pestle and crush up chalks, the powders. Yeah, people do that. I heard about that. I also make my own flock and texture pastes. Interesting. I have a friend who comes from up your way every other week. If it wasn't too much. I'll send you the address, JJ, and you can send it. Shipping shouldn't be too bad. You're close around here. Dum 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 dum. Ah, how epic is that, folks? I don't even have the camera on me. Just look at that. All done. Almost. We got to do the yellow next. I got a craft paint to use as an option. I got a Vallejo. The only problem is I'm not sure this is any good anymore. I had to add a little water to kind of break it up. I think it might be just, all done and dusted and got to throw it away. So I might use this. We're going to let these dry for a few minutes, and then we're going to hit them. Taka. Even this terrain piece. Do. Because I heard it through the grapevine. What's the weather like? It's not going to rain, I hope. Let me check this out. What is the weather? 69 degrees, partly sunny. Feels like 72. I agree. Expect partly sunny skies. The high will be 70. Okay. No rain in sight until possibility on Tuesday. Thursday and Friday are looking a little bit rainy, and Saturday. We got some rain coming up. Let me see. Oh yeah. Yeah, it could be a soaker. One of those all-day ones for 3 days. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Just steady rain with a few heavy spots. We'll see. You can never tell by the weather. They're never accurate. Never. Where are we now? 21st. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be nice. 76 degrees. Partly sunny, partly cloudy. And Tuesday's got rain starting around late afternoon. But it ain't going to last long. So that might not be a big deal. But Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, gotta watch that. I'm not excited about that. No, sir, indeed. I don't want no rain. Hi, squirrel. I started a little earlier today. Do you use Sculpt-A-Mold or something similar? No, I don't use anything like that. My basement floods, but I have a sump pump. Sump pump? Help! Just returned from Red Lobster and a few errands. Ooh, Red Lobster. What did you have? Did you have the Red Lobster? Did you have some lob? Huh? Did you have some lob? Splurge a little and have some lob? Is that Araka's napping? I bet she is. She had herself some lob. Free the lobster. What did you have? What did you have? My family used to go there. My mom she liked lobsters. Lobster crawlers, fried shrimp, shrimp scampi, rice, and broccoli. Boy, you splurged, man. You splurged. You splurged on the lob and friends. That's what you did. Wow. Calamari. All right, now he's getting exotic. Calamari appetizer. No thanks, but yeah, more power to you, brother. Splurging. Mr. High End today. He's the fancy man for sure. Crab legs, not crawlers. What is a crawler? The hell is a crawler? I took your word for it. Crab legs. Fried shrimp. Did you wear your monocle? Mm-hmm. Well, that's some good eating, squirrel. Yeah. Sunday dinner. Crawlers. Have me some of them there crawlers. They're good on a Sunday afternoon. Little crusty legs. Little crustaceans. Bring on the legs, baby. Little crustaceans. Getting ready for the final push here. It's not much. And that's it, squirrel. I got all the infantry done. I'll be sealing them tonight. After the stream, I'll give them a nice shot of sealer. And I did a fantastic job on these, I must say. Not using speed paint either. Three platoons, a terrain, and a battery / platoon of Pack 40s. Well, two of them, a very small platoon. I've got more to add to it, though. And I've got some flak 88s that I decided not to do in this specific project because I don't have the cards to use them in Flames of War. I could stat them myself with my reference material, Flames of War stuff, but I don't have the cards. So I'll just wait. No, I do have the cards, but the cards are for the earlier version, which I don't think is any different. But the ones for the Desert War. I do have some flak in there. Flak 88s. Thanks, Squirrel. I'm really excited, really motivated for my hobby in general. This was a really successful, exciting project for me. And I did a great job with them. They look great. The basing is top tier. So this is particularly motivating for me, which is good, because I need that motivation. It's got me thinking all kinds of things, not to mention finishing my commissions, but it's given me some motivation to do a lot of different things. So Squirrel, what do you think, man? I bought a soup bone, oven roasted, for Cooper, but it's like 8 inches long. It's kind of big, and I knew it was he doesn't like big things like that, so I bought it for him, and he sniffs it. He looks like he's really interested, but he won't dig into it. And in fact, I caught him in the house urinating really close to it, not on it, but close to it. And I immediately thought, oh, that's probably, he's marking his territory. He wants to keep that, you know. He's getting feral there. But he's not eating it. He could be eating it right now, chewing on it. He's not eating it. So I'm thinking, okay, he did the urination thing, probably territorial. And, because he's not sick or anything. And what I could do, I could take that bone and cut it in half, so it's like 3 or 4 inches long, 2 of them. Or cut it in 3s even. I'll grab the old saw there and I'll cut it. And then maybe he's going to eat it. That's what I'm thinking. But have you ever seen a dog do that? Or, piss like that? And he was so nonchalant about it. Just, I heard this noise and I look on the other side of the table and he's flooding the carpet with some pee in there. Right next to it. I'm thinking I'll cut him smaller. And then I'll chew on him. What do you think? Toss it. Let me read. Zadorok had the same. Squirrel Hermit, of course. Zadorok had the same. Replace the fried shrimp with coconut shrimp. Hush puppies and slaw instead of rice and broccoli. I love hush puppies, says JJ. The miniatures are looking tops. Good basing is the ribbon on the package for sure. For sure. Toss it, Squirrel says. Just toss it. Try a non-smoked bone. Do you think? I will cut it and see if it changes it, but I mean, it looks good. I could sit there and gnaw on it myself. Because he's got a thing. I could give him a piece of raw meat, but if it's too big, he won't eat it. He's got to have it nice and little small. He likes the little peck at things, I guess. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the bone. I just bought it. But I just never saw him piss in the house before. That kind of threw me off. Pardon the French. Let's try this yellow. I'm eager. Eager. I'm gonna use a different brush. Wash it up and make some soup. I could. I don't know if I want to do that. Let's see, this is a little thinner yellow. I don't like this, it's too thin. I might have to go search for another yellow. I know I got a better one than this. This Vallejo one I think is going to be too thin. I had to mix it with water to keep it alive. I think it's all but gone. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. Now, let me see. Let us see, shall we? Whoops, I poured way too much in there. I don't know if you can see that on camera, but that is a huge blobula. Huge blobula. But again, I don't know if this is gonna be too thin. It looks thin to me. Let's try it. No, that's going on. That's going on. That's going on. This might actually work. Leave it to Vallejo. Let's see. Is this going to be satisfying? Yeah, I think so. I think so. That's surprising. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, let's go through this. I gotta put Jeeves on so I can hear what you guys are typing. Give me a second to finish this one bass. My shoulders, yes, both hurt, but if I ended up in shaking, paints kills me. There, I got Jeeves on so I can hear what you guys say. Pardon me. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I want to get this done here. Let's get that on there and keep things moving. It's looking good. It's looking very good so far. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Okay. So what's the next topic? Little topics. Gaslands. I've never played it, but I've considered it. I'm trying to get Kat into it. Kat bought it. She's not really into the hobby that much. She's still kind of newish to it. I think you guys know that. But that's something that got her attention, and she actually bought it. She says she did. Gaslands. Because she likes cars and stuff. Yeah, that would be fun. What a great idea for a game. Yep, you're not alone. That sounds pretty normal. We do that all the time, don't we? Kind of lose our chutzpah there. Our drive. I found that one way to kind of help with that issue, because we all have it, we buy it and we end up not playing it. Just put it away on the shelf and never gets played. Sounds like a deal. So what I do is when I'm interested in something strikes me, I don't buy it immediately. I put it on the burner and I just let it simmer. I let it just build. And it's easier for me to do because I usually got something else I'm doing anyway. But I just let it build. And then once it's kind of slowed itself down a little bit, and I'm not like, oh my god, I gotta buy everything immediately. We gotta buy this, we gotta buy this, we gotta get the miniature special paint set too. Don't forget that. Oh, here's a supplement, we'll get that too. You know, instead of doing that, I just let it simmer. Just let it simmer. Take your time. If you're really interested in it, you'll still be interested. It'll still be a popular game. Blah, blah, blah. So there's no rush. And then I eventually buy it. I buy just the rules. Nothing else. Just the rules. Keep it nice and simple. Because it's going to do you no good buying it all at once. No matter what you tell yourself. Oh, I'm saving money. It'll be more expensive next year. Yeah, you can tell yourself whatever you want. And it's not going to be rational, no matter what you say. And then, maybe look at it, maybe you don't. Maybe you put it on the shelf. But there you have it now. You haven't invested a whole lot. Let it set. Let it set. And eventually, if you're still interested after all this time passes, like a month or 2 or 3, pull it off the shelf and dig in. And then go from there. In other words, all you're really doing is you're avoiding the compulsion buying. Because that's how we end up getting all this stuff, really. It's all that compulsion. You know, but I do that intentionally with just about every project I do. Like even Kill Team. I'm sitting here and I'm taking my time. And it's good. I've found that being kind of poor, because I'm poor, is kind of a good thing. You learn a lot about yourself and your spending habits. You actually learn to discipline yourself and learn how to prioritize things a lot better. So I'm grateful. But Kill Team is something that I'm taking my time with, and it feels pretty good to look at it weeks later and I'm still excited. It's like, yeah, I definitely want to do this. Because oftentimes you lose interest and then you're grateful you didn't buy it. Yeah. And there you go. All kind of worked out. That's a nice slow simmer going on. Just avoid the compulsion buying. Like what happens when a game just releases. I mean, for me, it's enough to just buy a starter set and see how that goes. Man, I wasn't always that way, and some people aren't that way at all. They just gotta buy everything. They're just so convinced this is the kick-ass game of their life. But most of the time, it isn't that way, and you end up with stuff you never actually do. I don't know why I'm talking about this, but you guys know what I'm talking about. But I'm poor, so I have to be careful with this stuff. I can't afford spending money like that. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Fantastic. Okay. Got a lot of bases to do here. All these big ones. It's taking forever. Just gotta pace yourself, that's all. It's just a game. Yeah. Let's see, I think I got this. I think. Yeah. Excellent. So that's my take. That's my take. Unsolicited advice. Whoops. Tabletop Minions. Oh yeah, Tabletop Minions. I watch that guy all the time. Well, not all the time. Quite a bit, though. I haven't seen the link. I'll look at that in a minute. He's got some good takes on the hobby, for the most part. He's like me. He comes up with these observations. Oh, yeah. Is that what it is? Yeah, I know about his little thing. He just did that game about wizards. I think it's about wizards. I'm trying to remember what it was. I can't remember. Yeah. Ah, it's him. Snarly Wizards, huh? What is it called? Death Wizards. Yeah, that's it. Did you play it? Death Wizards. Gotta love the indie scene, right? That's really where the hobby is. Did ya? Nice. I've never played it. I never checked it out. I know about it. Yeah, do so. The Wicked Shrine. Otherwise known as the Shrine of Wickedness. Do you dare enter the Shrine of Wickedness? It is a vile place. A place of mystery and death. Oh, God. Ah. Is there something to show off? No. Nobody posted anything. Play solo love nature range for the whole game. Made a Wicked Shrine to post that. That'll be fun. Right, Squirrel? Squirrel's a big fan of making terrain for his games. It's kind of a dream of mine to use a big layout to tell RPG stories with miniatures and terrain on my tabletop. Like, just have this whole thing, the whole game session would be this tabletop. Hold on, let me turn this off. Polydactyl? Let me turn Jeeves off and finish my thought. So one of my dreams is to, in role-playing games, to use a big table like my 6x4. That's decent sized, right? And have like sections of it devoted, preparing a game session. I would dedicate sections of the table to like, oh, here's a foresty area that could be an ambush or something. Over here is the town center where there's going to be a meeting. Over here is this little dungeon crawling thing. And in the middle, I'll put my characters and such. And they'll be sitting there. It looks like a big diorama. It doesn't look like a game session that's been prepped. It looks like a diorama. But what I want to do is I want to have the players gathered around, either in person and through video, and they're all looking at the table and they can see this, and they got their own little desks that they can do their characters and dice rolls. And what I do is I tell the story, and as it begins to unfold, I move their figures about in the proper locations. Like maybe I'm describing the journey through the valley, and they reach this pinnacle of a hill, and they're overlooking as the sun shines. I could have that set up already as I play the game and displayed for them so they can see their characters 3D and be even more immersive. And they're sitting there and they're talking. And then I have this little campsite. Maybe I'll put them on a flat space and I'll bring out a campfire and a couple tents and let them role play the tales of their adventures as they role play, just to show where they are. And then all of a sudden later on the journey begins. They're ambushed early in the morning. Blood screams erupt from the canopy of trees, and orcs begin to fall and descend with vines and ropes. And there's this great battle. And I just happen to have this battle set up as well. I got a little forest. And just imagine in your head that I am standing at this table with terrain at the sides and my own desk for rules and stuff, a big screen near me. But imagine that as I narrate and describe what is happening to the players, I'm adjusting the terrain. I'm moving the figures nonchalantly, until all of a sudden I draw their attention to this one little spot on the table that is the battle. And the orcs are descending from the trees, and people are rolling dice and moving their figures around, or I'm probably the one moving them. They tell me what to do, and I'm moving them. I'm creating this visual spectacle that just is flawlessly part of the narrative. It's not like a immersion-breaking interruption to the story and the narrative. It's just nonchalant, and I'm just describing and then visually pointing to, hey, here we are. It all just flows perfectly together, and the players are drawn to what's on the table. It's not just their character sheets. To me, that's what I like to do. I would like to do that. It's a dream session for me. And it wouldn't even feel like a game anymore. It would feel like you're just totally immersed in this 3D and imaginary narrative that's going on in your brains. Wouldn't that be cool? Because I like miniatures and I want to put them in my RPGs more, and I don't want it to be like, oh, here's a grid, we'll move them around. That's fine, but it's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just amplifying the immersion. That probably won't work for everybody because some people just find miniatures distracting, but who knows? What's his name? Dahi? Polydactyl. I enjoy terrain, says Squirrel, especially the Lazy Susan setup. Great for RPG scenes using 15 mil. Yep. Fritz, now you're talking. My son and I put together very large terrain setup for one specific encounter. I'm talking about a whole session, though. Yeah, I made that clear. But I know what you mean. You could also do little 2-foot square blocks and put terrain on them and just bring them to the table, kind of like a Matt Mercer Critical Role style of presentation. But I'm thinking of the whole table. Just, it's this constant visual of the worlds you're playing in. There's no, soda cans laying around or anything. This is a diorama, a look into the world, right? That morphs as needed, and your focus goes on this one area that's telling the story that I'm narrating. That's what I'm talking about. Just be so fun, so cool to do that. I think it would really work for people that like the visual aspects and narration. Pick squarelets. Like a living map. Yes, there you go, JJ. A living diorama. All from scratch, paper mache. Small branches from trees. That's the way to do it. Thin twine and cardboard slats for a rope bridge. That sounds so freaking fun. I would love that. To me, that's immersion. That's role playing. I like that. That's not to put down the theater of the mind, which I also love. It's almost like two different things, really. Two different experiences. But you can combine them. And that's really what I would love to do. Bring them together into this really immersive experience. No distractions. Anyway. Fritz, 2x2 squares that interchange. Yeah, I know. I've thought of that too. Oh boy, I got all these done. Let me set them in there. They're going to be sprayed tonight. I'm sure if I sat here and just kept staring at these bases and these models, I'd find something else to do. But I don't want to. I want this to be done now. It's time to finish these and get them ready for battle. I'll be here forever. Anyway, that's my thought. That's an idea. Can it be done? Oh, I think it's easier to do than you realize. It would only work with certain people. I think people like me and Squirrel, I think he would dig that. Because he's very much a visual person as well, and he gets into the miniatures and terrain. He would enjoy that, I think. JJ, I imagine you would too, because you're into the miniatures. But not everybody digs that. Like a good friend of mine, Max. He might. But he's more of a theater of the mind person. He might actually be one of those that just, it's too distracting. He might prefer it just all be in the head. And the only visual things are pieces of paper, pencils, and dice. But I don't know. What I'm proposing is actually something different. And I'd love to see him experience that. And he might have a different take on it after that. Because what I'm talking about is something a little different. Maybe I'm a little bit too idealistic. What do you think? A little too much? Obviously, the kobolds cut the rope as part of a trap. I would love that. That would be so great. Posted my shrine? Not at all, Fritz. Let me look at the shrine. Let's look at some stuff actually. All right, let's show some stuff. Oh, I didn't see that dinosaur. What is this? I didn't see this either. Okay, this is Denton Helmet. You need to call an exterminator. You got a rat problem. Some Kings of War stuff. Let's check them out from Denton Helmet. Oh, nice. Look at that. He's a top tier painter. Wow. Look at this blue edging on the base. That is brilliant. He's top tier, man. Top tier. Look at that. I want to see this guy. Look at that. That's good blood effects. Wow. This is a simple paint scheme, but very, very effective. Right? Well done. Very simple. But it looks fantastic. And look at the basing. These are for his Kings of War. Then there's this. I originally. Oh wow, that's well done. Look at that. Squirrel, look at that, man. Good mouth effects. It's nice and wet. Like it should be. Tongue looks a little dry. I like this. Very nice. That'd be awesome. Have that on the table. I got some more from Matt. He posted these yesterday at the end of the stream. Finally got this alligator or crocodile done. The ogres. Really vibrant colors here. Look what difference the basing does. It doesn't make it different. What it does is it complements the paint job so well, so effectively. Even the choice of colors for the bushes and shrubs, the flowers, is perfect. They complement each other. And you get this vibrant looking display. Really well done. And again, Matt is an actual canvas artist, so he knows the basic color principles and how to attract the eyeball to certain things. He knows what he's doing. But this is what we talk about all the time, about basing, how important it is. It doesn't detract from the figure as much as it complements it. And that's exactly what this is doing. And when you look at this, you see a vibrance to the display. Listen to me, I sound fancy today, don't I? It's a vibrance. The color palette is perfecto. I absolutely adore this work. It's art. And there's nothing complicated about his painting scheme here. This is actually really simple painting. Again, like the other model. Simple choices of colors. He's just making sure he's got that highlight and shade going on. And the basing, which really makes it stand out even more. Well done, man. Now Cal is a different one. He uses an entirely different style of painting here. Speed paints. but he does it so well and effectively. Look at this. Piles of coins and chests. That looks perfect. Beautiful work, Cal. There's a vampire sarcophagus. Look at this. Look at that. Metallic speed paints. Brilliant. It's got that old Gothic look to it. I love that. And simple. Simple. I got Matt's battle report he just did. JJ, a couple of minis I painted up using Last Hope. Alright, this is the paints he bought off eBay. Can you guys see this, or am I talking to myself? Oh yeah, you can see it. Wow. Okay, let's look at this. These are test models. Using entirely nothing but those paints. They look pretty frickin' good. My question is, are they on the thinner side, or are they more on the opaque, thick side? Do you have to thin these? Mind you, I prefer paints that you have to thin, because I always thin my paints. Are they more like Vallejo, or are they more like Army Painter? Army Painter being thin, in my opinion. Is this blood? What is this? Oh, he's got a... Is he dead? Wow, where'd you get these models? I actually like them. Yeah, I like that. This looks like it was a wash on the shield here. I guess this is blood, so that's really gooey. Ugh. Looks like he lost his arm, I think, over here. Wow, this is pretty good, actually. Got some edge highlighting going on there. It's nice to have the colors already laid out for you, so it's easy to do that. This metallic here looks pretty good. I like how it's dirtier in the bottom here. That paint set looks like it's perfect for layered painting, which is what I like to do. Let me put a heart in there for sure. Alright, then we got this. There's a link there to the guy's paints that you can buy. We got JJ here, the Shrine. Oh, I love this. This is great. This reminds me of Cal, what he does. I love this yellow. Is this like moss, or is this a glow? What are you going for here? I love it, whatever it is. That moss is just amazing looking. Brilliant. The Wicked Shrine. What's this thing? Got some crazy runic type things on there. Like the blocks. Look at this. Look at this. Squirrel, look at that. That looks real, man. That's real. Blends in with the actual real world here, the rock and the woods. It's great, man. I love this one, though. The not so wicked shrine. Alright, there you go. Let's get back to the chat here. That dino is sweet. Yeti. Yeti. Yeah, that's what he was. Very well done. Dented helmet. JJ says, I did these a bit quick this morning to show the paints. I should have taken a bit longer to do them. You're demonstrating how it works. That's the important thing. They were thicker. That's good to know. I like that idea. I got the models from the same guy who sells the paints on Etsy. Huh. Were they 3D prints? I'd never seen them before. They're nice. I like that dead guy. That's something you don't see much of. So I did use the washes on there also. I noticed that. They look pretty good, Squirrel. Check out that link in there. I like the fact that he's got all this layered colors. A perfect paint set. And I use the washes on there also. Fantastic. The last one. That last one is the one of my favorite pieces. Which one? The Wicked or the Not So Wicked? I like that Wicked one. The one with the moss on it? That's great, man. That's great. That's what I'm talking about, having on the tabletop for what I was talking about. Things like that. I mean, it just evokes, a certain feeling of wickedness in this case. I mean, your table is this literally a moving diorama as you're running the game. I think I would be good at doing that. Honestly, I think I would be good at doing that. I could be wrong, but I think I could do a session like that, and it would be amazing, at least for me. Who knows? I could be wrong. I might be wrong. I might be right. Oops, I used the wrong brush. This is way too big. And for people like us that are into terrain making, it makes sense to bring that stuff into your games in a big way. Right? It's what we do. What's going on here? Do. Oops, got some yellow on his grenade. Gotta be careful. Let me turn Jeeves on again so I can hear the chat. I just started making terrain 3.5 years ago. Oh, really? Well, you seem to have a grip of it. Fritz, it's easier than you think. Alright, let me turn on Jeeves, because I can't get my painting done. There. The way I want. Ugh. Anyway, just my thoughts, my theories. Thoughts and theories. I just think it would be cool. see, I got a little fleck of yellow in there. Architectural. Squirrel does terrain too. You're subscribed to him, right? Make sure you are. He's got some good stuff. His projects that he puts together. He don't always talk about how to do this stuff, but he demonstrates what it is and shows it off. So it's, if anything, you get a lot of inspiration on what you can do. Same as his name, Squirrel Herman, I think. Oh yeah, he's got a growing channel there. He does a lot of live streams like me. He does shorts too, unlike me. But he's one of the better folks out there in the community, so we need to support one another as much as we can, right? That's what we do. Good wholesome stuff. Yeah, you should. Everybody should have a channel. You could vlog stuff. Record stuff for your own benefit at least. Just to show off your stuff. Like the pictures you got. That's all. Oh, this is perfect. Yeah, get yourself a Logitech. Or your phone. You could use your phone. Phone's got really good cameras depending on what your phone is. Get yourself a Logitech C90. Is it 99? What the hell is it? You can get a good... Jeeves called it a fiend. What the hell is a fiend? Get yourself a Logitech 9. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, it's only like, they can get it on Amazon for like $60. A Logitech C90. That's what I use. I have 2 of them here. Yeah, you don't have to get crazy with what you buy. But I'll tell you what you do need. You need to have at least a 1080p camera. 720 at the bare minimum. But if you plan on doing this regular, you need a 1080. Got to do 1080. That's what I'm using here on this upper camera. You don't need 4K or anything like that. That's overkill in my opinion. exactly. I mean, you could get a webcam that goes into 4K or above, but definitely not necessary. I mean, you can notice the difference when you're using 4K, but it's like overkill. You really don't need that. 1080 is fantastic, honestly. So just keep that in mind. Da 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 da. Did I do this one? Yes, I did. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more bases, and this is done. Get out of my way. Time to rock and roll. Thumb's turning yellow. Yeah. $10.80 is the standard. Although one day I'm sure it'll be old school. Right, old school. Little old school. Like if you're going to show off your miniatures and terrain, 1080 is the way to go. Another one. Da, 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 da. Okay. Final stretch. Final stretch here. Looking good. Looking beautiful. Telling you, this highlighting, it's the sauce, man. It's the magic sauce. What you doing, Coop? You gonna eat your bone or what? I bought that for you. You gonna make me go cutting it in half? Gonna go bury it on me? Can't be bothered, he says. Nope, can't be bothered. You have to go out. Enthusiast. I gotta let Cooper outside. Yes, I know. Come on, let's take you out. Online fellowship. Yep. Cloud of vape. He's done. I think they're done. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bases. That's it. 7 more. 7 more bases. 7 more bases. Who's at my front door? Who is that? There's somebody out there? Eat that bone. I'm gonna have to cut it up, ain't I? It says too big for me. I can't handle that. I'm just a little dog. I don't want a big bone. I want little bones. You go over there and eat that thing. Lick it up. You know you want to. You know you do. James here? I'm gonna call my dog Phil Barker. Yada ta 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 ta. How you doing, James? That was everything. Put the final touches on the bases now. I'm doing the yellow highlights. I'll drop in some flowers, I think, here and there, and then we'll Then we'll set them aside. They're done. We're just gonna give them a spray, and that's it. Infantry done. Just heard an e-bike. All the kids use e-bikes around here. And quads and motorbikes. But a lot of e-bikes. It's the new thing. Gonna have to get me an e-bike. Jesse wants to get one. Fantastic. 6 bases remaining. I'm getting a little heavy with this yellow. Gotta be careful here. Yeah. For sure. Would you? Well, I want to do that. Good old strong tone, baby. Can't go wrong with the strong tone. Five more bases. So I talked to Kyle yesterday. He's all excited. I told him we're going to play some Pathfinder 2 again. I'm going to be running some Pathfinder 2. Granted, I'll be a little different the way I run it this time. But yeah, I'll run some Pathfinder 2. Kyle's all excited. He's making characters. I got it set up on Foundry. So he's in there having a blast. So I did that. Says he has a severe head cold he's been fighting with. Other than that, he seems alright. He's what? So there we go. I will say one thing. I am going to make damn sure that I'm actually having a good time. So I'll do things a little bit different. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So we'll probably be hearing from Kyle a little bit more. I'm sure. A little bit. Three more bases. So what else is going on, James? Yeah. I don't know why he doesn't spend more time running. He was running his own little game campaign there for a while. He seemed to enjoy it. I mean, it was different. That's too bad. God, I don't know how you do it. It's too bad, man. I sometimes wonder if watching me do this stuff is frustrating for you. Not inspiring, but frustrating. Or maybe both. I don't know. Yeah. Gotta be able to paint. I guess. If you had money, you could just pay people to do this. You're missing out on the hobby, though, but sometimes you just can't. One more base. I know Ian had a hell of a time dealing with his arthritis. Oh, he had a hell of a time. Especially later on. I mean, I remember he got to a point where he couldn't even paint anymore. He was just basically giving up on the hobby. That was... around the time that he started getting into board games. And believe me, him getting into board games was as crazy as him getting into 40K. He was not a board gamer. He did not see how he could ever board game. But somehow, we convinced him to give it a whirl. And it was pretty surprising that he got into it. But I think part of the reason is because he couldn't paint as much as he liked. He struggled with that. But somehow he got back to painting. He was doing it again. It's a big one. Yeah, it's all the other stuff. No, leave the frickin' mold lines on them. Hell with it. You wouldn't be the only one. Assembly. Yeah, you gotta assemble stuff. Can't ignore that. Mold lines. They drive me crazy. I can't stand mold lines. If I see one on a painted figure, I will scrape the paint off and everything to get at that mold line. Because I'm half blind now, so I don't know how effective I am at cleanup anymore. Avilos. Well, that's done. I got one more thing to do. I'm going to get some white, red. Paint some flowers on some of the bushes. Give them a little color. And that's it! We're done! Yada da 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 da. We're done! I gotta let it sink in. You guys just don't understand. You don't get it. This is a big deal for me. Yeah. Yay! Jeeves made it sound like it was hard to say yay. It's like, yay. It was a struggle. You're terrible, Jeeves. Terrible. I hear somebody singing. Alright, let's let this dry. And turn off Jeeves. And I'll go get some white and red paint and just speckle some dots here and there. Maybe some light blue or something. It's like springtime. Springtime. I could see Victrid Worm Breath by Dragonbane PC in some dangerous swamp terrain, fighting the bog goblins. That's James's contribution to our Dragonbane game. Damn it, I was just going to say something I forgot. Oh. Found one of my small hills on the floor this morning, thanks to Chloe jumping on my table. Yeah. So these are Flames of War blast templates. This is the smaller one. Wow, it's transparent. It's kind of cool. Looks weird. Anyway, that's what these are. We got 2 of them. There's a bigger one than this. It's like twice as big. It's like this. It's huge. And it's got some information on there. I don't know if this is still valid for 4th edition. But that's irrelevant. I got my tin here. This was my army. 9th SS Panzer Division, Hohenstaufen. And there's all my dice and markers, and I got some other divisions in here too, including the 21st. Leer. I don't know where I got all these. Panzer Ace dice. I don't think I use these anymore. Flight bases for your aircraft. I don't think it uses these anymore either. They're nice. They're acrylic and they got felt on the bottom. These markers. Very nice. Custom dice. The 6s have the emblem of the division on it. Yeah. I had a bunch of these. Sold a couple of them. I still have the British. A British one, and I have this one because this was my army. They were a Cobra. I could do them again. Hohenstaufen. Yep, so I got them. It's nice to have all these little cool extras. I like blast templates from back in the day. Stopped you camping a whole squad behind a juniper bush. Yeah, I like them too. I don't think 40K uses them anymore, 10th edition or 9th edition. Bolt action, they got rid of it for a while. And then did they bring it back with the new edition of bolt action? The 3rd edition? I like templates. Oh, it slows down the game. Things get cheesy. Oh, get out of here. Getting tired of this silliness. Squirrel says, I definitely clean up the miniatures for primer and paint. Probably not the best, but I could do, but gotta do it. Do. Nah, I reckon area effect weapons keep the lads moving. Templates are fun. I think 4th edition still uses templates. Gee, I never thought of it. I'm 99% sure it still does, but you never know. Oh, I got the rule book right here. Let's look for some pictures of artillery. Shooting. Let's see, let's get to the artillery. Lots of tanks. Aircraft. Artillery, smoke ammunition. Yeah, there's a template right there. Let's see what it says. If I can read this. It's too dark in here. I have to use my My Optivisor. Use the old Optivisor. Thank you, Squirrel. 105 artillery batteries bombarding a T-34 tank company using an artillery template. So yeah, it uses templates. Yay! Template size. The artillery template is 6 inches square, while the salvo template is 10 inches square. Yeah, so it's the same. I've got a battery of 105s, I think, for my Germans. I gotta put them together. They're still in their box. That'll be fun. So there you go, templates. It's got an inch marker on it. It's got something on it. Five cem, 10 cem. Huh. Very cool. Need to use my visor more. And stop craning my neck. Do you like Team Yankee? I have a visor I need to implement more often. Oh, you got to, JJ. Team Yankee's pretty awesome. It's the same as Flames of War. They play same. I played a little bit of Team Yankee. And you know, with the helicopters and stuff. That was cool. I enjoyed it. But I like World War II better, I think. But it's Flames of War. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yuck the Sun brand? Yuck the Sun. Cheap and works well. What is Yuck the Sun? Get the Yuck the Sun brand. Oh, the visor. What is this? Is this that brand right here? Oh, yeah, it is. That is the brand. That's what he's talking about. I see a lot of people using these. Or something similar to this. This is really good. This was the same price as my original one that I had. And the original one was a joke. Didn't have the lamp. Nothing adjustable. Didn't have as many lenses. Didn't have a nose guard or anything. It just something strapped on your head with a lens thing. It fell apart the day I bought it. This is way better. The only issue I'm running into with this is these lenses. They fall out of this thing. No big deal. I put tape on it. Shoot it in there. You know, put a little tape on there to thicken it up so it stays. That's the only thing. I don't know if you face that situation, Squirrel, but yeah, that happens. Oh, and the nose guard is wore out completely. I got nothing on there protecting my nose. It's very annoying. But again, you can put tape on there or something. I just haven't done it. But yeah, I highly recommend these myself. But then I have very little experience with different brands. Oh, let me go get some paint. I gotta get some red and white. I'll be right back. Do I have to get you snacks? You got a giant bone to eat. You don't want it. Hold on, let me get him something. Let me get him some treats. You got a giant bone. Maybe I'll cut it in threes. Maybe that's what I'll do. Then I'll bet he'll eat it. Okay, Jeeves. Come on back. Yeah, I've seen that game, JJ. It's enough. Sorry, I got white on it. Somebody talking wrestling? Skirmish. It's a skirmish game. You only need a handful of figures and some monsters. Where's my rag? Yeah, I might do that this October with Jake. Paint up some more figures, get some figures for some witches. The scenario dictates what you need, miniatures wise. Devilry afoot I'm talking about. It's really good, really fun. Simple, straightforward, and full of theme. Theme! One of you guys mentioned I should do that for Halloween. It's either JJ or Dennet Helmet, I think. I said, yeah, I could do that. I've been planning that actually for some time. It'd be perfect. Oh yeah, the miniatures are great. North Star. Yep. I got a few North Star figures. I got some of the fantasy elves for Oathmark. Nice. He likes. Yeah? Which line? For Frostgrave, huh? From the Frostgrave line. I haven't really looked. I'll definitely have a look. Yeah, I saw those. Bloody miniatures. They are good. What are you doing, Cooper? I'm not going to keep giving you what comes down to being candy all the time. You got a big, beautiful bone there. Well, that's not bad priced. Let's grab some blue. Alright, these guys are done. I'm finished. Stargrave. 5 Parsecs from Home is another good game. Goes along the lines of Stargrave. You can use all that stuff interchangeably. I think that's a better game, honestly. But they're both good. Why would you not play the other one too? Because we can. Alright, this project's done. These infantry are done. Time to throw them in the waste bin. All finished. Throw them away. Fun's gone. All the fun's gone. Oh, that's right. You could play games with them. These are gaming pieces. Stop. There they are, folks. That's done. They just need sealing. Alright, so I think they're gonna look pretty good. I'll make sure to take videos of my upcoming stuff here. I'm gonna fight some battles. Some battles are in order. Yep, thank you, thank you. It's good to have it done. Now I'm really done. They look great, man. That's motivating. Flames of War. Da, 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 da. Do you have let me turn off Jeeves. Do you have a copy of Devilry Afoot? You can get it on Amazon. It's not expensive. Somewhere in the $20 to $30 range, I think. Grab a copy if you don't have one, JJ. It's a great game. Co-op / solo. Full of missions that you can play. And it's campaign oriented, so you're going from mission to mission. Your small little contingent of, say, 4 to 6 guys, you know, they're unique characters, each of them. And they gain abilities and get better and sometimes pass away because they're fighting evil. And your leader of the group is you. That's you. You're the group leader of these witchfinders. Sometimes you need models for civilians, you know, like you're fighting a battle and there's a cabin and a family living in there that you have to protect or something. It's a Witchfinder General type game, you know. You are the Witchfinder, the witch hunter. I think it's on my shelf over here. Somewhere in here. I think it's right there. What is next? Decals in a village. So I'm going to leave all this stuff in here because I'm going to be working on that in the next session. Ah. Incense and peppermints. Haven't had any problems with the stream since I got off of Restream. Go figure. Just streaming directly to YouTube. Wow. Grug. I like the female wizard's box. Comes with a hand puppet. Everybody needs a friend. Grug friend Axe. Oh, that's not for that. Let me grab that book and show it off real quick. Dun dun dun. After you get a couple more folks lined up for Dragonbane, when do you think you'll look into beginning-ish? Oh, we'll start playing within days. Because all my get-togethers are a game session. Even if we're there to learn roles or make characters, there's always going to be something happening. Guaranteed. But starting properly, oh, I don't know. It takes me a few days to get everything prepped. As I find time. I don't know. Could be a week. Could be 2 weeks. Somewhere in there. So this is Devilry Afoot by Nick Wright, the author of a previous publication under the banner Irregular Wars. You can get this on Amazon. There's no price on it, and I don't recall what it was. Again, $20 to $30 range. It's a hardback. This is a nice solid book. We're looking at about 120 pages, 130 tops, 128 with back page cover. I think it has an index. I don't know. Let's see if it has an index. I didn't notice. It's not the kind of game where you really need an index. It's not that complicated. Yeah, there's no index. Okay, so that's something. It does have a nice contents, however. It's got color pictures of the minis, lots of period art. There is a drawback, another flaw with this book. A lot of the pictures, the photographs, are so dark, they're too dark. Like, there's a few pictures like this one here. You can barely make out the miniatures. I don't know if it's my particular book. Maybe they were a little heavy with the whatever, the saturation or something. I don't know, but yeah, here's another picture. It's just like, yeah, it's very thematic, but it's just too dark. That's a little too dark. And they're trying to show you the battles at night and dark places, which is appropriate, but come on, you could barely see that. It's a little too dark. Living trees. It's got all kinds of crazy stuff in it. Whole bunch of scenarios. This is a dark reddish picture, but that's not too dark. That's not too bad. But I don't know, some of them are a little too dark. I appreciate photographs, and it's hard to appreciate them when they're that dark. It's miniatures agnostic, of course. You can use miniatures from any line you want. And for the price, The fact it's a hardback and 120 pages, everything you need is in here. I think it's worth having on your bookshelf. And again, solo/co-op. So books like this, games like this, they're awesome to have in your collection. There's no excuses for not playing a game. Low miniature count. Yeah, so there you go. Devilry Afoot. Get it on Amazon. Hardback. A folk horror monster hunting handbook for tabletop skirmishes. Set during the 16th and 17th century wars of religion. Devilry Afoot pits flawed human heroes controlled by one or more players against the creatures of the night, whose actions are randomly determined by the game's easy-to-use mechanics. Designed for solo and co-op play, the RPG-like characters customization, scenario-driven narratives, and unpredictable monsters combine to ensure that no two games are ever the same. Playable with as few as 6 to 12 miniatures on a 2x2, 60 cm square table, games of Devilry Afoot can be played in less than an hour, allowing multiple games to be played in a single sitting. Use the open-ended campaign rules to follow the rise and demise of characters over a series of linked games against ever fiercer foes. There you go. Two by two is prime 15mm skirmish size. Yeah, I can use 15mm easy. The scholar, the gentleman, the good man or good wife. These are all characters you can have in your warband. Fantastic Battles, that's the other game he did. Don't worry, JJ, you're probably going to be picking this up tonight. There you go, my friend. You're welcome. The cover feels good too. There's something about it. It's like it's got a wax feel to it. I guess that's a good thing. It feels nice. It smells good. Wax covers. Do 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 do. It would never focus that close. I was there briefly. That's a Sister of Silence. They stare at me. Can't have war game with at least some toys. You need some more games like this in your collection, Squirrel. Just these indie-made miniatures games, because they're so easy. They're not expensive. All kinds of different kind of games you could play with your miniatures. Stalk. Intimidate. What is this? Possible monster actions. Attack, charm, flee, intimidate, flide. Flide? What does that say? I can't see it. Shoot. Summon imp. Stalk. That's pretty cool. Stalk. The monster will move its full movement in a straight line towards the nearest human or dog. A monster may move through other monsters of the same type as long as they have the movement to do so, and there is a space for their base to fit on the far side. If it makes base contact with a human or dog, it will remain there but not carry out an attack. If all characters carried out sneak actions as their last action, and there are no dogs, innocents, or buildings on the table, the model will move 1/2 d10 in a random direction. So that's the stalk. It's going to sneak up on us before it attacks. Ooh, it's dangerous. Something is creeping up on me. I can sense it. Charm. Ooh, that can't be good. I've got all kinds of dogs and wolves I'm going to use in this game. Dogs. Werewolf. There's werewolf. Trolls. Wendigos. Revenants. Specters. Redcaps. Outlaws. Bogeymen. Ghouls. Barguests. Liber Monstorium. Liber Monstorum. Witches' coven. A whole coven of witches. Imps. Oh boy. Wolves. Vampires. And their thralls. And the monsters that are in a scenario are in the scenario descript. So you're not playing against just anything. The scenario will tell you what you're doing and what